Right. Okay, under protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 values unequal compared with other properties, and Q5 other, which is structure increase is not. I think it's warranted. No changes have been made.
Is that just on the first case?
Yes, on 319.
We can cover this and go along.
That's fine.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. They are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester without determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I'm going to sign into all 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 accounts.
Okay.
We will be hearing account number 60327, case number 319, account number 17660, case number 1156, account number 32944, account number 1159, account number 62412, case number 1168, and account number 25079, case number 1498. And I will swear into those accounts. I, Captain Hoffman, am not communicating with an individual in violation of tax code section 4166F, and this will be pertaining to case numbers 319, 1156, 1159, 1168, and 1498.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it relates to case numbers 319, 1156, 1159, 1168, and 1498.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F pertaining to case numbers 319, 1156, 1159, 1168, 1498.
All testimony from witnesses must be given under oath. Amen.
I, Aaron Burke, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. And this is as it pertains to cases 319, 1156, 1159, 1168, 1498.
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Okay, which one are we starting with? 319?
Yes.
319.
And I don't know if you caught we're doing Q1 and Q2 and Q5 other.
Got it. All right, the affidavit is as follows. Section 1 says Latham Partners Latham Partners Limited, 101 Live Oak Drive, Rockport, Texas 78382 781. Section 2 says the property is 115 Lantana Street, Lamar Reserve, Block S, end of Reserve D, acres 23.6. Reasons for protest selected are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal when compared with other properties. Section 4 says the evidence is one packet. Section 5 says the subject property is appraised above its market value and the value at issue in this hearing is excessive and unequal in comparison with similar properties in the appraisal district. Section 6 says I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. And section 7 says sign and notarize and call. Evidence presented for them says 115 Lantana, it's a metal steel warehouse. All right, note it says the subject property is a small 8-unit steel warehouse. Each unit is roughly 1,250 square feet with no finish out. Subject is tucked away in a residential area and does not see daily traffic. These factors have led to the low revenue generated by the property. Property also requires $30,000 in repairs to be made in the coming year. Due to all these factors, as well as sales and equal and uniform, the subject property should not have seen an increase in value above last year. Pro forma showing there's 10,000 square feet leasable area, and it shows a gross potential income of $14,000 annually. That's $1.33 per foot per year. 10% vacancy, 13% expenses, and a 6.5% cap rate. Is a value for the property at $173,000. We have an email from to Ashley Parker from Alan Latham. And it says, this is my IRS filed taxes, profit and loss portion for the property in 2017, 18, 19. I'm not filed 2020 yet. I will make $8,300 income in 2020. I do not know what my total expenses and loss will be for 2020. Paperwork to substantiate that. There's a lease agreement for $1,800 with somebody named Chip. The rental for the space will be $1,800. Okay. Sign. And there's another one, exactly the same, different person. Oh, and then there's a thing saying that there's some work that needs to be done. These things, they've got some maintenance coming up, and then pictures of the inside of the building. There's indeed no finish out, just a big metal box.
Front boat storage, or storage units.
I don't know.
It looked like it said they had 6 of them.
So there's 8.
8?
I don't actually know what the use of this building is. It's very buttoned up. Every time we've ever been out there, it just looks like that. It's like, what are they doing? What is it? What's happening? So there's a sale included for a 4,000 square foot building in Flower Bluff, sold for $385. And then a 19,000 square foot building that sold for $800,000, and 10,000 square foot building that sold for $728,000. And then they've got an equal and uniform value that puts out $1,026,000 for the subject property. Therefore, in light of the foregoing evidence, the market value should be $650. All right. That's all their evidence.
Could you just back to the map for a second?
That's their equal and uniform comps. Sales within Corpus and Flower Bluff.
And what was that?
What's the pictometry look like?
Yeah, I don't know.
So this is in.
It'll go in your, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
I'm sorry. I jumped
This is
in. I
this
jumped
is in
in.
Lamar. It's behind Hague.
Well, on the next page, what was the estimated value?
650,000
Land and,
for the whole thing. Yeah, and point out they did an income approach and got 175,000, and then equal uniform and got over $1 million. So pretty wide range. This is the subject. When you pull up this Lantana Road, you see these warehouse buildings and a pretty large amount of parking lot, and it has an enormous amount of
yeah.
And they're nice warehouse buildings. They're not like sheetrock and stuff, you're not gonna live in them, but in terms of like having a metal building to use, they're nice.
Where in, Go ahead, keep moving, that's fine. No. I just want to see, I want to see where it is in relation to the rest of the world with Lamar. Oh, got it.
It is really like tricky to get to it. You go down Haiti, and then you turn down a road that feels like a residential road, and there's a little road on the right, and it's like kind of opens up, and it's like, oh hey, there's something.
It's kind of
huge
long.
warehouse.
It's kind of long before you get to the reserve or whatever, boardwalk, whatever it's called.
Yeah, it's north of that. It's in the little residential part, the suburban looking part.
Yeah, there's the Park Road. Okay, so it comes off the main Park Road. Past. Lucky guy.
All right, so we have last year we had 867,380. This year it was noticed at 1,230,000. The thing is, the building is over 10,000 square feet. It's just warehouse, so it's just an enormous building. The property was given a market rent of $8 a foot. That's per foot per year. I'll point out the 133 that was mentioned before in there. Clearly, they are leasing it to people for that. Is so far below market rent that I don't even know what they're doing. Like
Friends.
It's got to be friends, or maybe the property owner is using this himself primarily, and he's renting out some small portion of it to people.
So he was only making $8,300 a year in income.
$8,300 a year on a building that's over 10,000 square feet. So I don't understand what that means or what they're doing. I mean, so it has utilities, it's like air conditioning, and it's a nice building. So I don't know.
Look like some ice.
It's a toy box, and
Ice,
there's deer blinds out in the pasture. And
Yeah, it does seem like that.
just a toy box.
But man, it is. It's built up.
Just a toy box.
All right, so the comparable properties are other warehouse buildings that have a similar lease rate. I think these are all pretty large square footage. Yeah, very large square footage. They have some excess land. The subject has a $363,300 adjustment for excess land. That's just the land value of all the undeveloped stuff behind it. It doesn't include the mode portion.
So that's an addition, 363,000?
Yes.
The adjustment?
So you just capitalize the buildings and then add that on because it has nothing to do with whatever they're doing. Other than keeping it quiet, I guess. Tucked away. Let's see. That's all of our evidence. I certainly can't see it dropping from the cost value. That doesn't make sense. Because you can't build this building for $280. It's not that old.
You said there was a market adjustment in that area?
I don't think so. Nope, there's not.
No.
These buildings were only built in 2015, so it's not like they're old and rusty. There were some repairs done after the storm. They're all fixed up. They have some upcoming maintenance, obviously. Doing the road, skirting issues.
Closest thing you've got there is maybe Eleanor, what used to be Eleanor's. But that's a giant version of this thing. This is not exactly.
And it's how it's located is so much more commercial than this place.
Yeah, this thing is not for profit. It's just a thing where the guy keeps all his tools and toys and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it might be a good investment to own it, to rent it to people for that purpose, but you're not going to rent it to anybody. You're going to have customers walking up.
No, I don't
The,
know what- where do you want-
The excess land that you had is 363, how does that work in conjunction with the appraised value of 578 for land?
Okay, so go to the picto real quick. If you measure the land that's right there, it's not being used for the building.
Yeah.
And then you take the average land value of this, or of this, whatever it is, undeveloped land behind it. You see it's 363,300. It's already been segmented off. So somebody's already done this in the past. There's a portion that says residential, and a portion that says undeveloped land. So the excess land is just what's been historically known as undeveloped. It is 865,000 square feet. How many acres is that? 20 acres.
The land value didn't change, but why did the improvements jump as big as it did?
Whenever you put something on an income value, the land and the improvements are valued as a single unit. And whatever the number is, PAX will just fill out the land value to whatever the land cost is, and then the rest of it gets displayed as improvements. Part of the reason they're doing that is it makes it easy to check if the income value is less than the land value, which has happened on a couple of properties this year. There was, I think, 2 motels whose property value, whose income value was less than the value of the land they were sitting, because motels were struggling this year. So
It seems like that's the case here too.
but it kind of bottoms out at the land value. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with this being on cost either if our cost value wasn't so low. I mean, the buildings being at 283.
So here's my take real quick. And we've looked at a couple of these type buildings, I guess, improvements.
Uh-huh.
One was a property owner who had this massive storage thing that's just a couple of blocks back this way. And we adjusted it after she presented pictures of the fact that she's just storing her personal effects inside this
Right.
giant, massive thing. And it had more problems than this. This is nice by comparison. And then the other one was in South Rock on a dirt road, and it was a old repair shop that a couple from somewhere bought, and he just had his personal things inside of it. And once they got the pictures of the inside of it, you saw that the walls were not finished out, did have a concrete floor, old concrete, but still had a concrete floor.
It was just being storage.
And it was just storage. I mean, it was just a big building for storage. And this is the same thing. It's not insulated. It's just a big metal barn for stuff, for things.
$1,230,000 seems pretty high.
It's extraordinarily high. Now, the land is
Land is awesome.
awesome, and the land is fine. Yeah, land should be what the land is. But it's not $650,000, and he's not making any money for it. He's not charging it. He's just keeping junk in it. It's yeah, I think the 288.9 is probably the right number, in my opinion.
288.9.
I think,
For the group,
yeah.
for the group.
They haven't
So
done
basically,
anything.
you're
In
saying
fact,
go
it's
back
gotten
to
worse,
You're saying go back to last year's price.
basically. Yeah. Just leave it what it was.
What do you think?
Yeah,
It's
I
not-
can't disagree.
Yeah, it's not for sale, it's not for profit, it's, maybe one year it will be, but at this point, it's just bigger than everybody else's.
Yeah, even if I noodle on some of the numbers, I mean, the improved value of 288, based on what he was saying for his, what I assume is rent rate of $1,800 a space and 8 spaces and blah, 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 it comes out to about $15,000 in income.
Maybe you said he didn't make that.
Yeah, no, I understand. So even if I noodle that around, that's 142,000 against 288. So I mean, I'm okay with 288.
Okay, so
Make a motion.
you're saying 867 for the Okay, somebody
Yeah.
want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll move. Sorry.
I didn't know if I was jumping ahead. I was just
Oh,
making.
no, that's okay, I have no closing.
We okay, Bill?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So I move on case ID 2021-319, account number 60327, with respect to incorrect appraised market value, Q1 and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the level of appraisal or equity and other factors, that we lower the 2021 appraisal from $1,230,950 to $867,380.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're closing the case on 2021-319 ID number. Opening a case on case number 2021-1156, count number 17660.
Protest is Q1 incorrect appraised value, appraised market value, and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded the level of appraisal or equity.
Aaron?
Right, sorry. All right. It says the owner is Teresa Thomas, PO Box, is that?
Right.
Yeah, 667 Fulton, Texas, 78358. Section 2 says this is 1005 Main Street. Stallion Mathis, Block 9, Lots 5 and 6. Reasons for protest are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal in comparison with properties. Evidence included is one packet. It says the subject property is appraised above its market value and the value at issue in this hearing is excessive and unequal in comparison with similar properties in the appraisal district. Section 6 says they do not intend to appear at a hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This is signed and notarized and called. All right. Presentation for the appraisal review board for American Property Services. It says it's a retail strip. Requested value $226,508. Pro forma shows 4,880 square feet. A gross potential income of $46,799. 12% vacancy, 45% operating expenses, and a cap rate of 10%. Where they get their 226,508. This is a profit and loss statement for this property, substantiating their revenue there, 46,800. This should be 226,508. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. All right, for our evidence, I'll circle back to that in a second. In our evidence, we can get grounded a little bit. This is 60327. Last year's value was 237,350. This is behind the bank building that sold downtown. That's going to be a law office, and it's got a groomer in it. If I remember correctly, Ms. Thomas is the groomer. I think she's still operating over here. There's the pet store in here. It's just three little
Spikes.
spots. And you can see from the picto, it's just three little units. So they're three painted, three very different colors. And we've got some pull-up parking in front, just some spots downtown. All right. And the notice value for this year is $487,700. And the rent rate is $10. That's downtown Rockport, pretty well supported as far as what rent you can get there. Shows a gross potential income of $48,000. Their expected effective gross income is $45,600 because there is a stabilized vacancy.
There's a what?
The stabilized vacancy.
Oh, okay.
So I think she's full right now, but
She is full. She's been full for a while.
Yeah, and then, maybe one of them sits empty for 9 months, and then it's full again for the next 4 years. That's where that comes from. This assumes a triple net lease, as most of them down there are triple net leases. And then it's actually a pretty good mix, but it's a lot. You can actually do the entire neighborhood if you just change the rent rather than recalculating hypothetical expenses. The cap rate is 7.4. That's where our number comes from, 487. Her NOI should be 45,600. If it was typical for downtown, the equity grid just shows us everybody downtown has the exact same stuff. And there is a settlement offer included for this property at 390. The 390 is because she's making a little bit less money. Her take home on this is a little bit less. I think these buildings are just older and they need a lot of work. And she tends to do the work as far as hiring somebody to fix the roof or whatever. If that wasn't happening, she'd probably get less in rent. So our value of 487 is if it was a totally normal place, but it seems to be a little bit falling behind. I think that the subject property owner, I don't know whether their agent believes this or not, or if they're just presenting it. I don't think she knows how much, she doesn't think her building's worth what it really is worth. She thinks that her building is just terrible and awful, but it's downtown. All the buildings there are old and they're kind of a handful to deal with, but that place is busy. It's not an old junky building on the wrong side of the street anymore. But I agree, it's not the nicest thing downtown. That's why there's an offer there for 390. And I'll point out on their evidence when they showed her profit and loss statement, and then they used it. She's collecting 46.8. That is her actual rent received. I mean, it's right where we're expecting it to be. It's actually a little above that. We were saying it should be about 45. My critique of their pro forma is that all those numbers are just too big. The vacancy is too high. She's not 12% vacant. Her expenses are really high. And also they're giving her vacancy, 12% vacancy after using her actual rent. So that if there was vacancy, it would show up on her actual rent. So just the cap rate is way too high. It's weird. I think that this building is probably, if it was all kept up, is worth more than we even noticed it at. But it isn't. So
there's a settlement offer at 390. Does that mean she didn't accept it?
She is. She's got a personal thing. She's out of town.
And she's back.
What's that?
She's back.
Well, today's Wednesday. She's already back. She said she had to leave Monday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She does.
Yeah.
Today's Tuesday.
But so you offered her 390 and she didn't accept it?
No, I mean it's just been hard to communicate back and forth to everything being split.
Are you saying that 390 would be your offer?
Yeah, that is anything that's on that settlement offer line in there is. I'm not saying it should be any more than that either.
In her performa is the 34,329.88. Is that what they're setting aside for annual repairs? Or is that she's saying that's what she actually spent in repairs to the buildings?
Where do you see it?
It's in the profit and loss.
On the screen.
Yeah, that's her actual expenses for the year in repairs and maintenance.
Oh, accrual basis. I see that.
And is it appropriate to include the attorney's fees and taxes and stuff like that?
Not property taxes, but yeah, attorney's fees.
Sure.
Anything like that. I mean, I don't know if she's doing $1,500 worth of work, but I assume so. You know, whenever you're doing a market model for expenses, one of the things you have to include is stuff like reserves for replacement, right? Well, there are no reserves for replacement on here. That's why she has a repair bill for the year at $35,000.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Is she setting aside a little for a rainy day, or is it?
Yeah, I think that didn't happen. So when it comes up, it all feels like I
Pure
didn't make money this year.
Pure expense.
And then other years it'll be like, well, you take home all of it, you have almost no expenses. And it's like, hey, it's not what it looks like. It's not always like this. But the, I mean, you can see her, what she's getting for rent is right on top of what we know rent to be in downtown. The issue with this building is it just needs some TLC. And if she wasn't doing it, then her rent would be lower.
She's a pretty stable tenant. She has the head in there and herself.
Yeah.
And I don't do it for instance. Okay. Anybody ready to?
350.
Let the offer?
The offer was 390.
390.
What do you want to do?
I don't see any reason to go below 390, but I was just gonna crank some better numbers or different numbers for the pro forma that they've got, because you said their vacancy rate was too high, their operating expenses were too high.
And she's correct in that. She's not one of these slick commercial real estate operators. It's just a lady that has she was smart enough to buy a building, but she's not one of these slick operators that has these all over the country strip centers that they've got it down to a program, and yes, those people really don't have it is what it is. But in her case, I mean, she has great years, she has horrible years, and then she has great years and horrible years. You average it all out.
I think the last number of years were pretty stable because of the tenants that she has.
Until they are. It's like Guy Spikes used to be in there, and it was great until they decided, hey, we don't want to do this anymore. So then she was scrambling around trying to find somebody to come in and do it. And like the Walgreens fella said yesterday, we're rethinking all of this brick and mortar stuff. We're gonna divide everything in half, and we're not gonna be in the brick and mortar business anymore in 10 years. So do the best you can with what you got. So I'm thinking 350 is a fair number.
What do you want to do?
It's not last year's, and it's not this 487 thing. My number, like hers, is very unscientific.
Yeah. Amy, what would you say was she claimed 45% operating expenses? What would be more typical?
It wouldn't. Our model is based on it being a triple net lease. So my offer was based on lowering the rent. So she would be just charging less in rent. So typically downtown, if they are paying for any expenses, if the property owner is paying any expenses, they're usually paying property taxes and sometimes repairs on the building, which would be like 10-15% per year. Because most years you don't need to do hardly anything, and then some years it gets water. So lately it's gotten water in it. But,
Yeah, I like it.
And that's the other thing. They flood.
yeah, it's
You
downtown.
can't put anything on the floor that you don't want with.
Look, somebody needs to make a motion.
I'm okay with 350.
Okay, good.
Okay, so moved it on. Case ID 2021-1156, account number 17660, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded median level. of appraisal or equity that we lower the appraised value for 2021 from 487,700 to 350,000.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, closing that case. Opening a case on ID 2021-1159, account number 32944.
So a protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded median level of appraisal or equity.
Okay, it says, affidavit reads as follows: Rudolph T. Sanchez, 8230 Bowling Drive, Austin, Texas, 78736. Section 2, it says 505 North Fuqua Street, Smith and Wood, block 124, lot 124. Reasons for protest are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal to properties. Section 4 says the evidence is one packet. Section 5 says the subject property is appraised above its market value and the value at issue in the hearing is excessive and unequal in comparison with similar properties in the appraisal district. Section 6 says they don't intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. And Section 7, signed and notarized in Collin County. Presentation says this is 505 North Fuqua. It's a vacant land piece of property. The requested value is $45,875. And there's a map with a bunch of yellow squares that I guess are going to end up being land lot, vacant lot clumps. And then there is the land price per square foot and the median of $2.80. And then 45,000 is the land value at the median. And that's where their number comes from, 45,875. Is there more? Yeah, there's more. There is a tract of commercial land by Whistler's Cove that says it's sold for $350. Tract of land in Aransas Pass on Kirby Road sold for $100. Land, commercial land on Wheeler sold for $435,000. All right. So immediately, I don't even know what our evidence is going to be, but one, these last sale comps have completely irrelevant. I don't know what these are included in the report. They're not in the little grid they showed, and this isn't a giant commercial tract. This is just a concept. It's on Liberty and Fuqua.
Is it an acreage?
No, it's literally just a lot in a residential street.
That's what I
Okay,
thought.
that's it.
That's what I picked up. Oh,
That's
I
it.
see.
There's
I see.
a picture of it.
That's it.
It's got a mobile home sitting on it. You know. And as far as their median value, we do land here in Aransas County, this district. We do land over better than this. We're looking at land values a lot closer than this. Crossing 35 business into across the street over here, or crossing Market Street, has an effect on property value, and where the city limits are affects property value. What you can do with it is limited by what the city will and won't let you do. And as this neighborhood is developing, the property value is kind of marching along in a progressive way from Market Street and Pearl Street, creeping in. Some of it's hit and some of it hasn't. So I would hang my hat on our land value for sure. I don't know that anybody is looking at land values in Aransas County closer than we are. So this would be a pretty normal presentation for most places, but 280 a foot isn't happening back there anymore. Partly because you can put a mobile home on it. Okay, let's see what we got. 20. Let's see. All right, so this is 32944. Last year's value is 48,640. This year's value is 66,060. The property has a trailer package on it that is very old. As far as we know, these utilities they've been here. been plugged in since 1987 and are just, as long as the water's still running, they're still using it. Comp sales are going to be other land properties in this same neighborhood. Then I sale on Ann, Hood, Electron, and these are vacant land sales. The subject is 16,000 square feet. And on North Ann, that one is sold for, it was 12,800 square feet, sold for 60,000. And then 8,000 square foot lot on North Hood sold for 70. And the 8,000 square foot lot on Electron sold for 62,000. So the reason the land table got worked this year is because of stuff like that. Land values is going up. The equity grid shows other lots next to it, and it's just on a land table. There's nothing weird going on here. It's just on this Fuqua land table. And our sales ratio report for North Central Rockport, we're at 98.5%. Some people are paying a lot of money to be in here for various reasons. Sometimes there's new builds and people are paying astronomical prices for it. Sometimes it's really old, crummy stuff and people like it because it's less regulated, but it's still centrally located because it's in that donut, it's not in the city. There's a lot of things that make this neighborhood hard to keep up with, but it's definitely appreciated since the start.
Is that right?
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, the equity value is right on.
I don't want to dwell on this stuff for too terribly long, but I'd like to see 33,268, which is Footway Street. 1011 and 1023 Footway Street. It looks like
It's a sales comp.
it looks like, no, it's an equity comp. It's two lots that are valued at 36,000. It's 25,000 square feet, 25,500 square feet as opposed to 16. It's only valued
Pull it
at
up on picture.
36,860. Got to be a block away.
Does this have an adjustment on it? This land?
Yes,
Yes.
I think we
Is the
looked at
adjustment
this.
label?
it's just for being wet.
Yeah, this is.
This is the one that same people own the back two lots and it floods, turns into a lake, isn't it?
Yeah, there's some of these lots in this neighborhood are super low, like 4 feet below the center line of the road.
Got it. And then the other one is, never mind. Whatever.
Go ahead.
I'm done.
I don't see a reason to change
Make a motion.
it. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. So I move that on case ID 2021-1159, account 32944, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds mean level of appraisal or equity, that we maintain that we keep the 2021 value, market value of 66,060.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're closing the case on 2021-1159 and opening case ID 2021-1168, account number 62412.
At protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value, and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal and equity.
Says the owner is Washco David M. Ux Teresa, 26 Curlew Drive, Rockport, Texas, 78382. Property description is 410 North 9th Street. It's S2026 Fulton Town Site Block 58, Lot all of 12, less east 10 feet of 13 and 14. Section 3 says protested incorrect appraised market value and value is equal to aggregate properties. Section 4 says the evidence is in the packet. Section 5 says the subject property is appraised above its market value and the value at issue in this hearing is excessive and unequal in comparison with similar properties in the district. Section 6 says I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. Signed and notarized. College. Says a mini warehouse. Requested value $395,870. There's equal uniform workup using comps. We'll do the math right after that. These comps are other warehouse buildings in Fulton outlots area, Fulton town. That's where the $395,871 value comes from. Adjusting the improvement values and then adding. And then there's a market sales value. Subjects of this. 410. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so they're okay, yeah, I see. I thought it was saying that the subject sold. I was like, oh, that'd be great.
2016, not yet? No?
No, it was built in 2016. This thing hasn't transferred. They're only comping it to a sale on North Terry Street. Something sold on Terry Street that was 2,500 square feet for $180,000. And on that basis, you get $398,960. I didn't include that. Okay, so let's look at that really quick. Scott, let's look at 51647.
That's like the other side of the world.
Same thing, though.
Materials and stuff. Crammed in there. I guess that's just somebody's garage.
too.
Okay, so
Okay, all right, so let's go to the subject, which is 62412. That was their sale comp. That's the subject. This thing is huge. It's really, really tall. That is a like a boat wash on the side. It's got like a pressure nozzle like you have in a car wash. It's got a bunch of bays. It's really tall. And as far as I can tell, it's personally owned, personally used. It's just, yeah, it's obviously got some living area in it. It's plumbed. It's got security system out in the front of it. It's cameras and stuff.
it's not rented space, it's personal space.
I don't think it is. It's just super, super nice. Somebody just built, it's literally, I think it's the nicest personal boat storage in the whole county.
Like 9th Street, so where,
It's right across from the Fulton Fire Department where you boat.
So it's west side of 35.
And
west side for
next to it is a vet clinic.
Oh, I know what this is.
Actually, that is
Oh,
a,
Horizon back there?
Yeah, okay.
and there's a pet crematorium right there. But, and someone's house is next to it with a bunch of junk in it.
It's Fulton.
It's
full. But this is just incredible boat thing. I didn't know we had this morning. I was really hoping I'd get to talk to whoever owns this thing this year.
David Watchko owned it, didn't
Yes. What it says. And it says included awning consistent with construction and very high current use of these buildings is unknown. The awning part of this, as you can see from the property card on the picture, it's not just like a little sheet metal sticking out thing on the property card. There's a street level image.
it? I just had one comp.
Well, they had one sale comp. And my argument there would be that that is far away and not the same.
Not common.
I know that it's like, there you go. See, so you can see the awning part of it is like really built out. It's not just like a piece of the roof hanging over. So,
But do you know that there's living quarters in there?
do I know that there's?
I would say it's an office.
Office space?
Oh,
I would
yeah,
say
there's-
You can see the air conditioners on the back side.
Yeah,
It's definitely an office.
there's central air units and residential door entrances and security cameras and stuff. I would assume that it's probably just some coolers and place to shower off, maybe a bunk or two. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here as far as the scope of how much time is spending.
Why is it being evaluated on an income basis if it's not producing income?
Because this is, anytime you have a metal building like this, it gets valued on income because when it goes to get sold, it gets purchased as an investment. And it's just an approach to value. If this guy didn't own this thing, he would have to pay to do whatever it is he's doing here somewhere else. And whenever it does end up getting sold, somebody's gonna say, hey, all the listings for these things, every single one of them says, use it for your own stuff or rent it to somebody to put their stuff in, or heck, maybe they can run a business out of it. They all, every single listing says that. They're like,
But they're not doing it now.
right.
Got it.
The part of the other reason is our cost schedules are not kept up with well enough to actually get to a correct cost approach on this. We have $187,000 for this improvement. That's concrete building and everything. So there's no way. It's like, it's way more than that. Way more than that. But our schedules are just not, I mean, you can either update that stuff meticulously, or you can just do it on an income basis and go, okay, well, if somebody was to rent this, what would it be renting for? And that's where we're at. So last year's value was $260. That's part of the problem with us leaving it on our cost schedules. It says this whole property is $260,000.
Why the big jump then?
Just because it was moved to income like every other warehouse. We can't skip a warehouse whenever we do it. When we do a whole category, we gotta do the whole category. You do one mobile home park, you gotta do every mobile home park.
What made it 191, 200? That's the improvement from last year.
That's just the income value minus, where's 190?
191,
That was
200 was
last
last
year's.
year's improvement. And this year it's 574.
Yeah, that's just, again, it's just
massive
because
jump.
when you do an income valuation, the land and building go together, and it doesn't change the land value. I think our land value is good.
Probably.
71,000 sounds about right.
Probably.
And let's see. But this one's at $8. I will say that the other buildings like this, there's ones that I think are pretty decent comps, which are the ones in the Lim Storage subdivision, which is by what's that place called? I forgot what the place with the boats
Odin?
on Chaparral. Odin, no, is that Odin?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Lim Storage is nice storage buildings. They have like living quarters and stuff. And we had them at the same class, the same rent rate, $8 a foot. And then we actually got sales of these things and what they were transferring for. And it actually works out for them across the board at $6 a foot. There's like a standing offer for anybody who has one in there. And next year it'll need to be $6 a foot. So I think this one should probably be the same thing. I think this one should be adjusted to $6 a foot. And whatever that value is.
Let me see what that one
Just
looks like.
based on this area, I've gotten good feedback from people as far as like what their rents are and what their sale prices are. And a lot of stuff in Fulton here is owner occupied and they're not renting it, but the ones that do, the data was really good and it adjusts our value now. So. I don't think there's excess land, so I think that it's all going to be proportional to 3/4 the value. Right.
How are you going to do it?
You'll put that at 6 feet and see what it
I
looks
mean,
like.
I'll just do it on my calculator because it's going to be it's going to be 3/4 the value because everything else is constant. So 645, 100. That'd be 483.
And they were requesting 395.
Yeah.
$483 is improvement only.
No, 483 is the whole enchilada. It's probably what it'll be next year.
It's a good number.
43.
That's good.
Okay. All right, so I'll move on case ID 2021-1168, account number 62412, with respect to Q1, incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded median level of appraisal or equity, that we lower the 2021 market appraisal from 645,100 down to 483,000.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. That case is closed. That would be case ID 2021-1168, account number 62412. And then we'll open the case on account ID 2021-1498, account number 25079.
Okay, a protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity.
All right, affidavit reads as follows. This is the McCaden Family Trust.
Yes.
And the care of McCaden Charles A. III, 11614 B Caves Road, number 230, Austin, Texas, 78738. Property is 15 Bimini Drive, Key Allegro, Unit 4, Block 15, Lot 8. Reasons for protest are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared to other properties. Evidence is described as being one packet. Section 5 says the subject property is appraised above its market value, and the value at issue in this hearing is excessive and unequal in comparison with similar properties in the appraisal district. Section 6 says I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. Section 7 says it's signed and notarized in College. 2021 opinion of value restates the property information. It says A3 single family waterfront, 6,000 square feet of land, 3,000 square feet of building. It's a 5 FB, originally built in 1975. And their opinion of value is 695. As we noticed them at 740. And they have people in uniform work up here for 5 FBs, and then Key Allegro. They're doing their improvements, distance, age, class adjustment. And that's where their opinion comes from, 695. And there's a map. Comps are in Key Allegro. All over Key Allegro. All right, then the market sales shows this property at 696 by comparing it to the sale of 19 Sandpiper and 16 Pelican, which sold for $440,000 and $606,000 respectively. So if you put together their improvement values and add them to the land, that's what you get. All right. All right, so 25079. And last year it was noticed at 631,710. This year it was noticed at 740,000. You can see the picture there on the property card that looks like a more updated picture. It says FV now. Class of 5 FV and effective years per site visit, see photo. Also added carport, dock, and boat lift. So That was done this year. There was a lot of material changes to this property. There was repairs and updates that were done. It's fiberboard now from what it used to be, probably just wood siding before. And the effective age was increased. You can see what it looks like there. There's a picto of the property. And that's going to be the biggest difference, is that their grids aren't adjusting for class or for condition or effective age. So it's just assuming no maintenance is ever being done on any of the properties being used, which is not the case. I don't know why that seems to be such a normal thing to both omit condition codes and effective age on those grids that they give us. It's a pretty basic mistake. It's weird. The sales that we're showing are going to include 9 Curlew, 3 Kingfisher, 33 Riviera, and 27 Nassau. So the first one is a 5ST Plus on Curlew, sold for $636. Adjusted to be like the subject, it comes out to $711,000. The sale was for a property that was a little bit smaller. Oh no, a good bit smaller underneath as far as how it's built out. It has a little bit less than NBC. 3 Kingfisher sold for $850, indicating a value for the subject at $693. 33 Riviera sold for $840, indicating a value for the subject at $755. 27 Nassau sold for $799, indicates a value for the subject at $766. So our median value is $755, basically. $754,534. We're at $740. There's one more. 24 Luau. And it's a 5SS Plus. There you go. Seems to be about the same size. It's an old house from the 70s that was updated. 5 class and similar land value. Yeah, the net adjustment on this is only $70,000. So it sold for $740. The subject is a little better. So yeah, that's a great one. I mean, look at that thing in that picture. That someone paid $740 for that. Would you rather have the subject or that one? I'd rather have the subject. And then the equity grid just shows other properties that are 5FBs in this area of Key Allegro. And our median value is $744,378. And then there's a sales ratio report for Key Allegro. We're at 99.4%. Not bad. This thing, it's a lot of changes year over year, but this was there was stuff that actually changed about this. They actually added things. We added a carport, a dock, a boat lift. It got remodeled, got new siding, new windows. We have to capture these things. We really haven't.
Do you have the data on it from when it sold in 2/18/20?
Doesn't look like we have a sale price on that. Do we have a sale price on that yet?
It's not a sale.
Oh, okay. What's the?
So
It's on the property card.
It's a family transfer. It's not.
Oh.
It's not a sale.
So it's just another like
It's
the
a deed transaction.
Yeah. There's a special warranty deed in 07, general warranty deed in 2017, and then there's another family transaction in 2020. It does make sense though that after a remodel they would put it into a trust. Just assuming it's going to kind of sit how it is for a while.
I think judging on the amount of work that went under this house, and it does look like that kind of.
It's not the same house it was.
No.
I don't know when the work was done.
Way up the hurricane, for sure. Within the last year, probably, or they would have noted it last year. Are you ready for a motion?
Okay, so on case ID 2021-1498, account 25079, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded median level of appraisal or equity, that we keep the 2021 market appraisal at 740,070.
No.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that concludes the 8:30 docket.
Okay.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, the 10 o'clock docket.
There are only 2 remaining on the 10 o'clock docket.
2 remaining, which one?
That's correct. 925 and 1450, or 1458, sorry,
1458.
925.
So 926 and 1329. So
Yeah. Okay, we have letters.
Letters.
Mm-hmm. Scott, do you want to read them?
Okay.
And they should be in the tablets also.
You have anybody who wants to 10 o'clock?
Yeah, it should be an in-person one, but nobody's called or anything yet. But still kind of early.
Okay, so we have a letter, this is on property ID 8822-167. This is from Dayton Octa. Jatine, okay. And I won't even attempt the other name. 224 Reserve Lane, Rockport, Texas 78382, dated July 15th, 2021, to the Appraisal Review Board, Aransas County Appraisal District. Dear Appraisal Review Board, Aransas County Appraisal District, I would like to have another hearing for my protest, as I was not aware of the date of the scheduled date of hearing. I received 2 envelopes, and my dad opened his up, and I looked through his, which contained a letter and comp sales ratio data, but I did not see a date of scheduled hearing. When I contacted the appraisal district to inquire, I was told the hearing date had already passed. The appraisal district informed me that there was a letter in one of the envelopes which had the date. Sure enough, the second envelope had the letter with the hearing date. I assumed the second envelope was the same information and neglected to open it. For that reason, I would like to request the appraisal review board grant me another hearing for this property. And this was received on July 19th, yesterday. I don't see a reason to grant this.
I'm trying to figure out what.
They got 2 envelopes.
You didn't open the second one.
Right.
Apparently you missed the date. That's too bad. You should have done it.
Yeah, this property is undivided interest, so both property owners get the notice. So if Scott and I owned a joint property and we were 50 owners, and one of us protested, we would both get a notice of the hearing date.
So should there have been something in the one that she opened that had the
They
hearing
both-
date in it?
He would have gotten, like in the example, Scott would have gotten a notice and I would have gotten a notice.
Yeah.
And both of us would have the opportunity to show up and
But her contention is that in the letter that she opened, she didn't see anything that had a hearing date on it, which doesn't make sense.
no.
It would have been in there.
Yeah.
And it was
Yeah.
also one of the
Right.
second
Whenever
ones.
we typically,
Yeah,
It's
he
ve-
called and we went over with him and he said, oh, I missed it.
Okay.
oh,
That's a
okay. I didn't do that last
Yeah,
part.
Is this your team from the other day?
I believe so.
yes,
Kind of goes back to 2 different names, and then whenever it was Bill Paul or.
There's
two Jatines.
Is there
They
two?
both own
Okay.
Yeah.
hotels. There's two Jatines and they both own hotels. Two different Jatines.
Are they both Bacchus?
I think so.
Well, there's Jatina and Jatel, that they're husband and wife.
Did you make a motion on that?
Oh.
Did you?
I did not.
We need to make a motion on it.
Okay, so I move that on the letter from Jatin Bhakta, dated, or received July 15th, the letter's dated, I'm sorry.
Wait. Don't they have 4 days to ask for a reschedule?
For good
Am
cause.
I
Good
incorrect?
cause. He
For
doesn't
good
have- he doesn't have good cause.
Yeah, but he missed the 4 days anyways.
He missed-
Oh, we did, okay, never mind.
Yeah, I think it was like on the 6th or something.
Okay, so the letter was dated July 15th, it was received on the 19th, and move that we not grant a hearing on this request.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion passed.
Okay, so the next one is property ID 25970. Okay, this is received on July 19th. The letter itself, which is all handwritten, is not actually dated. To the Aransas County Appraisal Board, we don't have a computer, so I tried to appeal with my wife's cell phone. I sent it before the deadline. It was sent on May 28th. I thought it went because I got a message from Yahoo with some kind of number on it, but I thought I would send a letter by mail also. We are not very computer literate or internet users. The fishing building still has the same damage to it as it was after Hurricane Harvey. The water damage to the inside has not been repaired, and the metal, I can't read that, no, something ring. It still has tears in it where I had chained the roof down. I also had a friend in Rockport go to the place and turn the water on. After the freeze, all the pipes at the water well were split. I do not know about under the building. The water well building is not there anymore as Harvey blew it down. I have no idea what the inside looks like now after the 24 inches of rain. I sent Barbara all of the photos last year of the damage. It is still the same as we have not been at the place for over a year. I did not think I was late on the protest since I did the protest on her phone on May 28th. We have had a lot of health problems and did not open the mail for weeks. My wife's heart was out of rhythm and they tried medication. It did not help, so they stopped her heart and then shocked it to get it back in rhythm. I, as well as my wife, have had a lot of tremendous back pain. She has had two back surgeries with no help. We both had the nerves in our back and bones with no help. I had a back injection in the month of May. We are both on Lyrica, Tramadol, and acetaminophen. She will have a 9-inch probe run up her back with electrodes to a battery in less than a week from now. I apologize if the electronic protest did not work, but since I got a reply from Yahoo, I thought you received it. That is about all I have to report on the protest. Thank you, Michael Troll, 3582 Golly Road in Claro, Texas, 77954, and phone number indicated. P.S. On the electronic protest, I had asked for a telephone conference, not in person, as we have trouble traveling with RBACs. There's also a letter from the review board
ARB.
dated June 4th, 2021. On this property ID 25970, situs address of 1624 8th Street in Rockport on the Mar. With reference to the request to accept a late protest. Dear Mr. Troll, your protest was received in the Aransas County Appraisal District Office or postmarked after the deadline to file a protest. You may write a letter to the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board before your appraisal records are approved on July 20th. If you wish to request permission to file a late protest, please include the reason you missed the protest deadline. The Appraisal Review Board will read your letter and make a determination as to whether they will allow a late protest filing. Excuse me, based on good cause. You will be notified by mail of their decision and signed Charlie Powers. And again, the letter, the original letter from the protester is not dated. However, the envelope shows a postmark of July 17th and received here on the 19th. Okay. So a question, do we know, did they, this supposed electronic filing they did in May, did that
Did it go
ever
through?
really happen?
Not to our knowledge, because if it's an electronic protest, it automatically gets ginned by the
Actual
system. It actually says OLA, and because we don't have a protest on file, we don't show that it went through or that they did it or whatever.
And if it had been done, they would have gotten a letter, right?
They always get generated a letter that we've received your protest. So we've talked about this process before. The system says, hey, we've got your protest. So they get an electronic email response. And then the second email response is, you've got a hearing. And the third email response is, here's your evidence. And so they typically get 3 documents, emails. Those are all signifiers of, yeah, my email went through, I got my protest. Oh, here's my hearing date. Oh, here's my evidence. Those are the 3 signifiers. None of the, we don't even have an online appeal on here. What we do show is, we do show that the person called in on, let's see, the 28th. They called in on the 28th, which was the protest deadline. Is that right? So they called on the last day, and it was phone, and we put the status expecting protest because we understood them to say, oh yeah, I want to protest. But they never, we don't have an electronic protest on file.
And the 28th of May?
May.
Okay.
And then the next document that we have is, I'll pull this over here. The next document we have is this document on the 4th of June. I filed a protest on May 28th electronic. We do not have a computer or fax machine. Is this what you read?
No, it's not.
We do not have a computer or a fax machine. I did it as best I could on my wife's phone. We're not very computer literate. Sometimes we can't even get phone service outside. Yahoo sent me a verification code, but I don't know what that to do. I don't know about the Yahoo thing.
Probably send it back to them.
This was filled out right here,
That's probably what that letter was.
was attached to the letter.
Yeah.
And this is dated here, but it was received here on June 4th.
Right.
And then we sent this letter on June 4th to say we received your late protest you need to write the ARB. And now they've written you that. So they're late. And they're trying to give you, they're asking for a good cause late thing.
Quick
Are we
comment.
considering the good cause the fact that they can't put pennies to
Yeah, quick comment. A for effort. And older people tried to do it apparently. I mean, you have to kind of go at their word that they did try. And they've tried several times because they made a phone call on the right day.
He thought the reply that he got from Yahoo,
Meant
some
that it went through.
verification that it had been received.
So then he called on the 28th to check.
He said it wasn't received.
And I don't know exactly what was said because there's no way of knowing, but
Is that right? He called.
What's the
Well,
question?
when he called, he
Called
probably
on
to
the 28th.
the informal, right? You talked to an appraiser?
Yeah, if you call in, that's an informal. I don't know whether he got through to an appraiser or not.
we don't know the gist of the
Well, I
of
do-
the conversation, but what
Well,
we
I
do know
do-
is that he did call in trying to verify.
We
something.
know he called in, and if he generally can't get through, or he or she can't get through, then typically what it happens is that we always tell people, protest, mail it in timely. But the fact that he called the last day, can you tell me when that was created? Go close this. And then go to the ARB inquiry.
Yeah.
This was created, if you see this was created on the last day at 10:30 in the morning. So I know, because I always tell my front office staff, that if they're calling in the last couple of days or the last week, and they can't get through, to please file a protest if they want to protest. So this person called on the last day. Property unchanged from last year, inquiry open on protest deadline. And go to appraiser meeting. There's no taxpayer appraiser comments there. These old property, these comments down here are from old things. Go to values. There's no values. So we just left it the same. There's no
There was
letter.
no changes in assessed value from last year to this year.
We could look, but that's not the thing under question.
No, I
Yeah.
know.
Go to property.
I thought you just said that.
Roll history. It looks like the value went from 129 to 136. It went up $7,000.
And then the property owner is saying there's no change. That might be what you're thinking.
Part
That
of
was
them
the
saying they
comment.
didn't do anything. They haven't done anything. There's no change. They
Yes.
haven't done anything.
Yeah.
Didn't improve anything.
Again, that's
I know.
not what's under
I
consideration.
understand.
So it's a good cause, late protest, for which he initially sent us something, and then we replied immediately on the day that we received it. Hey, you filed a late protest. You need to write a letter, and it's a month and a half later, and he wrote you a letter.
So the letter's not.
I'm inclined to probably give them a late protest, but I'm okay with whatever's decided.
They never did file a protest, did they?
Well,
That's the
what,
issue.
yeah, no, they did. They did, but it's a late protest. This is why I showed you this document right here.
Doesn't say what they're protesting. I don't think. I didn't see that.
This is what we sent them in response to this handwritten note that was received right here.
Right.
And it could have been dropped in the Dropbox or whatever. This was with it.
Yeah, what is? I didn't see that. Thank you.
This is their protest that they had with that handwritten note.
Incorrect market value.
And this is the last sheet. So it says June 1st right here. You see this?
Yeah.
So
June 1st was a Monday, right?
I don't know.
They did everything that was supposed to.
June 1st is after the deadline date. I do know that.
Right.
June 1st is a Tuesday. Friday was the 28th. Saturday was the 29th.
He didn't respond for a month after the letter you sent. Right?
He didn't write you a letter for a month and a half
That's what
until
I'm saying.
yeah. So we sent him a letter on June 4th,
Right.
for which he wrote you a letter that you now have in your hand right now,
A
which
month
is
later.
July 20th. Today's July 20th.
He basically had good cause because he thought he did the appropriate thing. On the other hand, he didn't respond properly to the letter that was sent to him.
And there's no issue with addresses on it.
No,
What's the address you have on file?
no, he,
Well, you got it, but
I think he got the information.
I don't think, yeah, there's no evidence either. I mean, there's no evidence that the address is wrong.
like it's not being forwarded or anything like that.
I just think they're over. They're not trying to get over. They're just, you know, it's just a lie.
I see how it's doing.
You're right.
I see how it's doing.
Yeah.
Give him
Make a motion.
the motion.
Okay, I moved it on the letter from Michael Troll, 3582 Golly Road in Cuero, Texas, that we grant them a hearing, even though they were past the deadline based on good cause.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Okay.
I don't want to do any more of these.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. I'm tired. Just makes you feel bad. Okay, so this is on property ID 56469. It's addressed to the board, received on July 19th, yesterday. The letter is dated July 16th and postmarked the 16th. I need to please see if we can reschedule our hearing that was set for 6/30/21 at 8:30. My son Eric passed away on 6/28/2021 unexpectedly. I'm sorry we didn't call or cancel. If there is any way, please advise. Our lives were changed forever. Rhonda and Roger Deskin, with their address in Rockport and a note of their phone number. Property ID 56469 and an owner ID 124457 with a mailing address in Floresville, Texas.
That sounds like good cause.
Yes.
Maybe not so much like the last one, but that one's definitely good cause.
I agree. Okay, so I move that with respect to the letter from the Rhonda and Roger Deskin, received on July 19th, that we grant them a reschedule on their original hearing set for June 30th, 2021.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes?
Keep me honest, let me know if I'm leaving something out.
Nope, I think you got it.
Okay, this is a letter received on July 19th, 2021 What broke the code? These all came in on Monday. Okay. Property ID is 19127. It was sent certified mail. It says, I humbly ask, I'll address the Aransas County ARB Board. I humbly ask that we be granted an opportunity to protest the listed property below. I'm not going to lie and say we did not get the notice of appraisal value. We did, but I just stumbled upon them again this morning. They got buried in open mail, and I was overwhelmed this year managing our properties due to COVID and working with our tenants. It really has taken a lot of time between our tenants and our bank. Once again, I would really appreciate a chance to protest the properties. Our value jumped drastically, nearly double, and would really appreciate a chance to protest it. We can use all the help we can get. Best signed, Julian, with his signature dated July 15th, 2021. Go to the property ID 19127, and the address of the property 105 Broadway Street, Fulton, Texas 78358. Included is a copy of their 21 notice of appraised value. And again, this was sent via certified mail and received on the 15th. Postmarked the 15th, received on the 19th.
They just, I don't think that's good cause.
Yeah.
Didn't read his mail.
Okay, so I move on the letter from
That person.
Julian. Trying to find the last name.
Through.
Well, is it Rain?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Nebraska. Okay, Archangelos Inc. in Laredo, Texas. But I moved it on this letter requesting a late schedule for a protest hearing that this not be granted due to lack of good cause.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes. Wow.
Up water.
Water wings on.
Up water place. I thought about it when I pulled in.
Is it supposed to rain?
I think so.
Okay, we have another letter from, and this is on property ID 34515. This is from Carol Mackey, 1809 Bayshore Drive, Rockport, Texas, addressed to, dated July 5th, 2021. Okay, Beth, there's this letter and then this envelope. Is this another one?
Yeah, there's a little note on the top of that.
Yeah, I see. There's a note attached to this says there will be 2 copies of this letter arriving, one regular mail and one registered. Thank you, Carol Mackey, for appraisal review board.
It's probably just a copy.
Okay. And so what I'm reading is a copy of the letter. It looks like it was sent certified mail. The letter was dated July 5th. It was received on the 19th. But it actually also was postmarked from Santa Barbara, California, which I assume is where she may be at the moment. Okay, Aransas County Appraisal Review Board, request for late protest of 2021 property tax assessment, property ID 34515, legal description S5925, Swickheimer, block 252, lot part of 31 acres, 2.07, part of 31 acres, 2. Okay. Geographic ID is indicated, address 1631 South Highway 35 bypass, owner Mackey Carol J. with the owner ID and their mailing address in Bayshore in Rockport. Dear Aransas County Appraisal Review Board, please accept our request for permission to file a late protest to the recent reassessment of property value for 1631 South Highway 35 bypass. It was not possible to file a timely protest since we did not receive the reassessment notice before the original protest date had already passed. We were out of the area when the assessment was mailed, was marked May 5th, 2021, and it was forwarded to us. However, it was not received until June 5th, 2021, 1 week after the deadline for protest. Further, we had no reason to expect that the notice of assessment would indicate more than tripling of the assessed value of the structures. As long-term residents of Rockport, we had no reason to suspect that the assessment would include anything other than a routine cost of living or inflationary increase in assessed value. Much to our surprise, the assessment was anything but routine and was already beyond the initial deadline for the formal protest. We promptly contacted the assessor's office and were directed by Donna Plummer on how to file this request for late protest. We are confident that the Appraisal Review Board will wish to review the evidence supporting the valuation of this property, and we kindly request the reasonable opportunity to present evidence of the value of this property. We include our letter of protest with this mailing so that the evidence can be reviewed prior to the July 20 meeting to approve proposed 2021 appraisals. Timeline of relevant dates. April 28th, 2021, notice of appraised value dated 4/28/2021. Then 5/5, May 5th, 2021, the notice was postmarked 5/5. 5/28 was the deadline for protest. June 5th was when the notice was received. June 7th, responded promptly to the assessor's office. June 15th, kind instructions sent by Donna Plummer directing us to send the present request to the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board in July 5th. The request is being written and is expected to be mailed within a week. Thank you for considering our request for permission to file a late protest. We look forward to presenting our appeal to the committee.
Why did it take 3 weeks to send it?
That's a good question.
1809 basically, is that loose?
Yes,
What,
Loose properties? Address?
yes,
1809?
1809.
yeah, good deed.
Okay, there's also included here in this letter,
So,
there's more information, different information. We are writing to protest the recent reassessment of the property value. This is also dated July 5th, and more than 3 times the market value of the property. The fair market value of a property is generally agreed to be the price that could be reasonably expected from the sale of the property or a multiple of the rental income. Assessments are also commonly calculated using an inflated rate applied to prior year's assessed value. Please consider these 3 methods of appraisal. Let's go through them. Number 1 is sales transactions within 4 months or 117 days. In this case, the property was offered for sale at $350,000. Although there were many inquiries, 0 offers were received. The property was listed for sale at $350,000. There were no offers received at this price. In the same time period, several other commercial properties were sold in Aransas County. Several other commercial properties were sold in Aransas County, so the lack of offers was not due to a lack of buyers. It was clearly priced at above market value. Therefore, we conclude that the value of the property is less than $350,000. Multiple gross rents. In the past 2 years, gross rental income has varied between $3,562 and $4,025 per month. Rental property is generally valued at about 5 times the gross rental income, which in this case would be $213,700 to $241,500. Point 3, inflation. Another determination method is to take the recent value and mark it up by an inflation rate or cost of living adjustment. The U.S. inflation rate was 1.5% in 2019, 1.2% in 2020. The assessment date is as of 1 January of the year so the 2021 inflation rate applies here. A 1.2% increase over 2020 valuation of is 252,070 times 1.012 is $255,095. Those three methods establish a value in the range of 213 to 255,000, and certainly less than 350,000. There were no significant modifications or improvements to the method, to the permanent structures on the property, yet the valuation proposed by the assessor's office increased from 201,990 to 695,310, 3.44 times higher. It is difficult to understand how the value of these dilapidated buildings have increased by more than threefold without any physical improvements occurring. The assessment based on the land was not changed, so clearly this is not a case of the location increasing in value to increase demand for property in the area. An error of this magnitude suggests a typographical error, as there is no rational basis for a large change in assessed value. As there is no evidence to support an increase in assessed value, and there is ample evidence that real value has not increased, we request that the assessed value be reconsidered and brought into alignment with accepted valuation criteria based on the market value of the property. Calculations shown here indicate a value in the range from a low of $213,700 based on rental income to a high of $255,095 based on a generous inflation rate. We propose that a middle value of approximately $240,000 best represents the actual value of this property. Assessing the property at over 3 times the actual market value is clearly not supported by the evidence. Perhaps there was a typographical error or some other error that is easily corrected. We thank you for considering the evidence presented and for correcting the erroneous assessed values. Sincerely, Carol J. Mackey. Okay, so we have that letter which was sent certified, looks like from Santa Barbara, and received on the 19th. And we have
Gotta be a different.
yeah, but what's interesting, okay, so the letter inside, okay, so the letter inside was dated July 5th. The postmark on the certified mail was July 13th, and it was received here on the 19th. We have another letter, basically the same letter sent by regular mail with the same contents dated July 5th. So this is the same information sent by regular mail. The letter was dated July 5th. It was postmarked July 13th. 8 days past when it was put together, and there's no indication actually from when this is received, but I take that back. The inside says it's like a present. It was received on the 19th of July, so it's
Some month.
plus the
What
timely.
happens between 6:15 and 7:05?
She's having a different.
No,
It could be mine.
I can't see any reason to grant.
Basically, that letter that Cheryl was basically her protest.
Yes, right. Sorry to read the whole thing, but I guess I had to go over it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I move that with respect to the letter from Carol Mackey on dated June 5th, 2021, requesting a permission to file a late protest that does not be granted based on lack of good cause.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
I think that's all.
You earned your pay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put all these together.
That's fine.
Okay. And
We don't have anything.
I'm gonna say, if you want to take a little break, I'm gonna go check and see what's going on.
all right.
Got pen in there?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Good night.
That kid. Oh my God. Everything's stiffened up.
Yeah,
So
have you-
based on
have you
this
seen
guy,
that
it's gonna be another
commercial?
2 weeks before you can fish.
Yeah, it's really raining. It sounds like it stopped already.
Have you seen that Liberty Mutual commercial where the kids are jumping rope and then it goes forward a number of years? They're counting the number of years or dollars or something like that. They've all aged, like real old. And they're all hunched over. He goes, oh yeah, everything hurts. A little bit.
Say whether we have any chemical.
Sorry?
Yeah, we can chemical.
Yeah, we had at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
We have two.
So nobody's here.
Well, but they
One's an
had
affidavit.
affidavits.
I only have one affidavit on here. 5 cases, one affidavit, four cases.
I just know that there are two at 10 o'clock. All I said.
Need affidavit.
Yeah, Charlie.
Oh, okay.
We do have one in person,
Oh,
but I just saw Charlie come up.
Mhm.
Charlie? I just saw him in the parking lot.
oh, okay.
Oh. Got more work?
Yeah, we have one in person, and then I just saw Charlie pulling up in the parking lot.
Oh. The one in person.
So do you know that person? Do you know that person? Send them a letter. Oh, I just assumed she was. Maybe. Maybe she's getting her mail, all her real estate, put it there because she's, I don't think it's property. Like a map. No, I'm just saying, don't they have rental services? They're not, oh, they're not handled for trailers.
I have no idea.
I didn't listen to any of that. I mean, that one was purely a protest. It's like, I'm not listening to that.
Yeah, I know, I don't know.
I'm not getting paid.
She owns, the property.
This is gonna be your area right here. Which one? Right here, this table.
You. Maybe camping out and
You heard that, right?
it was still.
There's freezing in here still.
You can have a seat.
I give you my shirt, but
Do you
No,
want
no,
my,
no, no, nobody needs, nobody needs.
okay, no. I have a black cardigan. Kathy says it's warm. You activate it. They're gonna let you know where to pay that.
which one is it?
Do y'all wanna-
Case number.
925.
Thank you.
No, it's 1458,
We're dragging this out of time.
Okay.
1458.
I'm just asking what y'all like to look at the pictures that I brought.
Are they,
They're just on my laptop, that's all I can do.
Then we didn't present them to, they didn't, stand in.
We tried to, and it's so slow, and the email, and it just wouldn't work.
Can we get a ruling on that?
The only way the evidence can be submitted is if the physical format is given to the ARB. So.
Do you have a memory stick or whatever they call
I
it?
have a little card, but it has other pictures on it.
Got it. Yeah.
Where I read it said, leave it with y'all, and I'm like, y'all can keep it, you can look at it. But she said, and it's never returned, and that
Yeah.
part wasn't stated, so I can't. Leave it, obviously, but-
So we will not be able to see.
sorry?
So we will not be able to see. Why don't we go ahead and start?
Okay.
So the only thing she said is that something online that y'all could use, I don't know what it was called, she pulled it up.
Oh, the,
Picto,
picto,
it's aerial imagery.
stereo imagery.
Yeah, and it's not very good, but I mean, I guess it'd be better than nothing.
Did you already present that?
Stanley, you look at our picture.
I think we'll be, that's fine. All right, we're gonna open the case on case ID 2021-925.
It's not the right case.
All right.
That's not the case.
That's not the
It's
case.
1458.
Oh, I heard. Wrong.
I have case number 925.
Picture Ms. Gregory.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. It's on the bottom of page 3.
So she gave you the, Beth?
I think that's. Give us the wrong number.
Okay, 1458.
Okay, opening the case, you want to do this, Joe? or you want me to?
Go ahead.
Opening the case, ID 2021-1458, count number 25113.
So the protest is Q1 only, incorrect phrase market value.
And you are Deborah?
Yes.
For, I announced the case numbers. This hearing is being recorded. We've already verified the protest. What's being protested. We are the appraisal reviewer board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. They are appointed to form an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey needs completed using the survey form and email to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov. You'll be given information about this. Or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey. Survey is voluntary. We really appreciate it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. The appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. After today, the determination with the second email that outlines what we did. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that is not provided was provided at this time. You were able to provide the information that you offered.
Correct.
You have other information.
Just that thing, the online,
The victim,
yeah, that's, there you go.
Yeah.
ARB members who are considered to protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and have signed an affidavit to that effect. I'll start with, I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a good person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Charles Howard, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
No, I'm fine. Want me to read that?
Yes, please.
I, Deborah Gregory, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I, Anna Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that this testimony is present, true and correct.
I need to ask you, do you hold a license or certificate from Texas appraiser and license certification?
No.
Chart in front of you, list of times on the operating protest file.
Okay.
But we'll leave you to it.
Okay,
You have the choice, but you'd like to go first. Or you'd like to
I can go first. I don't have much to say. So my only concern in this picture doesn't show near it. You got to be there. And unfortunately, I didn't know how to do the pictures and stuff. But that house has not been touched since Harvey. The yard is dilapidated. The house is dilapidated in the back. And the lady up front did a back picture. It has a sunken boat and the thing that goes around the boat is way over in front of my dock. I don't even know if you can see the boat. I saw it on there. There's concrete everywhere fallen. The fountain is fallen. Nothing has been done since Harvey. You look out any of our windows or off the deck, and all you see is dilapidated. It looks a million times worse than that picture, but it is what it is. That is my one and only concern, is that my property value is actually, I'm not asking obviously for it to go down, but it is devaluing my property until somebody does something. I have tried and tried and tried to get the HOA to do something. They won't do anything. I understand. I've been told that it's going to go up for taxes. I don't know. That's rumor. But until something is done, it is actually devaluing my property. Everything, it has not been touched since Harvey. The palms are ruining my roof. It's just, nothing's been done. And that's my only, my only whatever statement, my only cause is that it is so bad and nothing is being done. It looks like the day after Harvey. They mow the side and front yard or somebody does about maybe once a month, maybe. Like right now, it's got so many weeds and it's we trimmed the hedges to keep them from coming over on our side, and that's the only thing that's done to it. But it has not been touched since Hardy, and it's horrible to have to look at.
Those are their trees that are all running.
Yes, ma'am. All their bushes, all their palms, everything is growing over on my property, and literally those palms by the blue and red line corner are literally hitting my roof, which is a brand new roof from Hardy. I didn't put it on. The person I bought it from put it on, but it had obviously been put on. But the shingles are all blown off. Tiles are gone. Well, y'all know what Hardy did, and nothing's been touched since Hardy on that house. So that's all I can say. That was my only, just feel like it's not fair until something's done with that house to raise the value. Not asking, obviously, for it to be dropped. I just feel like that house is devaluing the value of my house because it's horrible. So that's all.
All right. Amen.
We have unverified sale price for the house in 2018. Would you mind sharing with us what the place of purchase was in 2018?
All I can tell you, and I'm guessing, I think it was like 765, and then 60,000 was for, of that price, 60,000 was for furniture. For all, they left every single thing in the house for me. So that was part of the price. It was either 765 or 775.
But there was a bunch of parts.
Yes, every single bedding, dishes, all the pictures, all the artwork, all the rugs, every single thing that was in the house was part of the purchase price.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, so I'll present our evidence real quick. So this is the last sale price we had was, guessing, unverified number. Not a guess, but we didn't have paperwork.
Yeah, real close.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a little bit less than that after you take out the furniture. Probably something closer to 7. The value this year is 763. What happened is there was a neighborhood adjustment and the land being changed. Property values, it really doesn't have anything to do with, well, our decisions don't have anything to do with taxes. It's just land values just appreciating here. But your house, you're saying next door to this one, really damaged. It is. But just to illustrate why there was a change made, the sales grid shows other properties in this area that are similarly classed and similarly situated. And just to be the subject, we would expect if this house were to transact today, it would be at about 804. So you bought at an actually pretty reasonably good time. And just the property's going to keep appreciating.
Sure.
And then the equity grid shows that we are below our equity value. I'll point out this does not take into account the fact that it's next to a place that hasn't been repaired. That is what's referred to in the biz as economic obsolescence. It's considered incurable depreciation. There's nothing the property owner can do to make it better. You don't have any kind of legal recourse to force them to fix their house.
Well, I thought HOA did, but obviously they don't.
Well, they can influence it, but you don't have any right to say this to make it happen to refuse. It's not your property, so it's considered incurable depreciation. That's all of our evidence.
Okay, ma'am, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine or ask any other questions of Damon, or another 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
I I'm fine. Like I said, that's all I've got. And I, obviously, if it wasn't for that house, I wouldn't be here. I've owned real estate for 40 years all over, and I understand it's gonna go up in value, of course. I want it to go up in value. I don't want to buy something that depreciates. It's only because of the terrible place next to me. That's it. So I understand. I have nothing to come back on you guys. I understand why y'all valued it as you did, and I wouldn't even be here. I have 15 homes in different towns, and I did not appeal, and they all went up, and I did not appeal a single one except this, and strictly because of that house. That's it. So I understand y'all stuff.
Okay, Amy, you got any other rebuttal?
I just point out, I don't think we should do anything higher than 7. That's about what was paid for the real property in 2018, and the issue at hand is that nothing has changed with this property. in that regard. So,
So you're taking into consideration.
yeah, right.
Okay, ma'am, you have a minute to close. If you have any final comments, if you need them.
I guess the only thing I would say is that when this property is redone next to me, you won't see me in here when you go up. That's it.
Okay, it's our time. Can we take a quick peek at the property card for the property next door? Oh, I understand. I want to see whether the district has the nuke symbol next to it or something.
Oh, it was gorgeous, beautiful vintage wood, gorgeous.
We had, it's the heirs, it's just the heirs and then. It's what is that?
It's still under construction. 2019.
Yeah, it's on 75% of the bill. Yeah, I understand.
It is so sad.
I put a dollar amount on hers for what do we call that? Is it 10%? Yeah, 10%. Yeah.
What you just did.
A little,
Well, less than- What are you saying, Sean? And what is it? What's the number?
Like 70.
Oh,
76.
Did you say 700,000 payment?
I said it shouldn't be anything more than 700,000.
10%.
So that's 755. That's not right.
That's not, we're trying to get 700,000.
It's a 10% is 686,700.
There you
Thank you, Eddie. Your fingers are better than mine. 768, 790, you said?
686,790.
That boat is now almost completely under the water.
It's just beautiful, it's a beautiful property. Back in the 80s, it was something. Quite something. The bright side, you have a great park across the street.
That's right. That's right. It's beautiful now. I asked my husband about that. The oak trees are just coming all the way over, and I'm scared to do anything there.
And I don't know
You can't go on their property to cut it, but you can reach across.
It's
Think, I
the
don't know,
palm
I
trees
give 'em-
there. I mean, now they're all
Advice on
dead because of the freeze, but the fronds are still there, and they're rubbing my brand new roof, ruining it.
Well, and if there's any kind of a what do you call it, an impending storm, if there's tree branches, just go to your property.
And I don't know who has jurisdiction between HOA, city, and county. I know out where we live, we're just not. There was a magic date, which was, I think, July 15th, 4 years. And we have at least one house that they're now filing suit on. The county is supposedly filing suit on because they've done nothing.
Yeah, well, that's what I don't understand is
So you might,
HOA, we wanted to add a pool, and Lord, the rigmarole with the HOA, we just said, forget it. And yet,
so
this
you might,
sits
you
here.
might contact your county commissioner and your city council rep and see whether there's a, yeah. Okay, so I will move on case ID 2021-1458, account number 25183. With respect to Q1, incorrect appraised market value that would lower the 2021 appraised value from 763,100 down to 686,790. Second.
All those in favor?
Okay,
There you go.
all right, thank y'all, I appreciate y'all. And I promise, when the house next door is fixed up, you won't hear from me when you go home. Thank y'all very much. I appreciate you listening to this without our picture.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, right.
I'll be right back.
And that killed me, that whole property.
And now it's just gorgeous. That's right.
It was a show.
So she died, and
Oh, really?
she died years ago. She lived by herself for years and years. And her son lives in Gary. You know, and they don't have money or don't care or whatever.
Sad. In that area, I mean, that's
Got to $2.5 million property.
Would have been.
No. Probably not worth $100.
It was a very strange house design for this area.
Like a mosque.
Yeah, like a mosque.
We called it the Blue Mosque.
She went there.
Very cool.
I didn't notice the land. I just saw the bottom line of 1.2.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah. If you look on page 3 of the report, and for the record, probably just read that aloud. Okay. Should be the grand totals page. That under ARB review, I'm sorry.
Well, you're like,
It's just read this and read this.
4.8.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the preliminary totals for the Aransas County appraisal. Total land, 94,483,262. Total improvements, 141,254,362. Total non-real property, 884,700. Market value, total market value, 236,622, 325. Productivity loss, 11,592,750. Appraised value, 225,029,575. Homestead cap, 1,054,312. Assessed value, 4.88%. 223,975,263. That's his magic number, by the way, 4.88%.
And that's just for the record under ARB review totals. So that's under your purview. You've only got 4.88%. read the first,
Yeah.
doc.
Net taxable, 223,503,250.
Okay. And then you can read the first, letter document, the very first page. Yeah, that one right there.
Order approving appraisal records for 2021. July 20th, 2021, the appraisal review board of Aransas County, Texas, met to approve the appraisal records for tax year 2021. The board finds that the appraisal record was corrected by the chief appraiser according to the orders of the board should be approved. The board finds that the sum of appraised values is determined by the chief appraiser of all property on which protests have been filed but not determined by this board is 5% or less of the total appraised value of all taxable property. The board therefore approves the appraisal record is correct. Motion to approve.
Second.
Make a motion that we approve. Second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Done deal.
Signed on today.
So we get our bonuses.
Yeah, right. The chocolate chip cookie.
Vacation.
Not even Christmas.
It's the 20th, right?
Today's the 20th, July 20th.
There you go.
All righty. And I believe that's it for the morning. And we do have some afternoon things.
Yes.
No, because the 3 o'clock was this thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Already done the letters, so
Missed that.
we'll just have, I think, 1:30. 1:30 is potentially 4 people and then nothing.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah. We're gonna start the certification process now that we've got that, so.
Yeah.
Get all our reports done, all that fun stuff. All right, so you don't want to recess until 1:30?
Yeah.
Okay, scratch that.
We're not doing it?
No, we got somebody else on the phone that called me first.
Oh.
I thought you
Okay,
were supposed
well,
to call me right back. and
While you're, I'm still trying to find the protest form in this mess of stuff.
The protest form.
Yeah, I mean, this is everything in that folder. Taxpayer evidence, motion for closed hearing, ACAD evidence.
It might have been online.
Well,
Can you double check for me?
I can.
1149.
It's an online.
Yeah, that's why there's no protest form. Right now, we are doing 645. It's property evaluation services.
Hey guys, when we do 1149, when we do 1149, it's a closed hearing
Yes.
on the Zoom.
Well, you will go to make a motion to do that based on the information. And once you all decide to do that, I will shut the microphone off. And you will vote to go into closed session to hear this case. Then I will shut these things down. You will hear your case, and then I will open them back
But it's
up.
supposed to be
But
a
he wants to
Zoom.
be on Zoom.
Oh, he wants to be on Zoom?
How do you do a Zoom with?
You can just turn off the YouTube stream so that it's not being broadcast publicly. And then
Okay.
just make sure that there's no visitors in the
Okay.
Zoom call.
Okay.
And it will be both recorded and private. And then we'll just restart the YouTube.
Okay, I didn't know they were doing it on Zoom.
Is
Okay,
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll be a little bit different.
just wanted to
thing.
make sure we all knew what we were doing. And we're really doing six what?
645.
So,
Name is, I
Eamon,
think it's
so
Daryl Smith.
I'll end the meeting then. To do
You ready?
that.
No. You'll
No.
do it like you're gonna set it up on YouTube, but you'll end the stream.
I know, I was like.
I'm gonna get you to show me.
Yeah, we haven't done it.
How can it be?
Nobody's not by Zoom.
No, this is phone, just regular phone.
What's his name?
Daryl Smith?
Daryl?
Yeah, Daryl Smith.
Daryl. Hello, Mr. Smith. This is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you today?
I'm good, sir. Yourself?
Pretty good. We have some administrivia that we need to go through before we get started. 6:45, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're opening a hearing on 2021-645, account 19014. This hearing is being recorded. What do we got?
Under protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity.
Okay. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Daryl, it's very important. Do we have all your evidence?
I believe so. It was sent in an email from a Abby McWhirter. What day was this? I think last week.
Okay, very good. Thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Captain Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Daryl, I am assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you.
I, Aaron Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and full.
Daryl, I have to ask you if you have a appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have access to the hearing procedure times chart?
Give me 1 second, I'll double check that.
It's 4 columns. Gives the time for each element of the hearing.
I do not, but I will
Well,
refer to what the board is going with.
we'll let you know when it's your turn.
Okay, there we go.
And to begin with, you get to choose whether you speak first or the district speaks first.
I'm gonna let the district go first, and then I'll just go from my end on the back side.
Okay?
This is account 19014, and there is a valuation last year for a $1 million deed. It was noticed this year at $1,339,570. You can see there is a sales grid of a medical property, this building, a couple other commercial type buildings. I'm not sure which one it is. Where this is on 3036. There's 2 right next to each other. And this is the bigger of the 2. It has a covered drive-through type thing. It's next to Motel 6.
Oh,
Used to be Kimberly or something.
right.
It's,
Is that Wellman here?
it says Fresenius Medical Care on it.
Yeah, the WellMed, Maroney's is the one to the right.
Okay, got it.
I think they have dialysis.
No problem.
Okay.
The median value for sales and equity is, the sales is 1,005,000 and the equity is 1,034,000. So we're showing high on both sales and equity in terms of how we're valuing other medical type properties. The class in this building is just really high, so it's getting a ton of value. So that's our evidence. Our grid shows that our notice value is too high. There's a standing offer at the same value as last year. That's all.
You're making that offer.
Yeah. I think this one's noticed too high.
So are you okay with the $1 million value of the property?
That works for me.
Okay, great.
Good.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion on case ID 2021-645, account number 19014, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity, that we roll back the 2021 appraised value from $1,339,570 to $1 million each.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, we're done.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
All right.
Is that it?
Bye-bye.
Okay, go to the, all right, so we're gonna have to do here, there's no one waiting to come on.
That's okay. Just go to the 3 dots over here.
Okay, but when we go out, we have to say, they have to say they're opening a case, and then they have to go into a closed session to do it
Oh, really?
on the record. So if they're ready to do that, we
I
can
just
do
want
that.
Let it-
All right, thank you. Didn't realize those would be so easy.
Neither did I. We haven't done it yet.
Ready?
I have you have all the paperwork and ready to go?
We don't have anything.
Zoom attendees in here. You're waiting on him.
Yeah, they could flow into a PDF.
The last one or the one from? Oh, well, I don't know if we should say it because it's a place.
Here we're on.
Here we go. So it's a secret.
We're on the
No
air.
basis.
So I guess Amazon will continue to operate. That's just moving.
People saying, if you work at Amazon, the bathroom break, now's the time.
The boss is on the planet. He was,
He's not the CEO.
yeah, he
Isn't he wrong?
stepped down.
He's the world's first trade.
Has he made it to you?
$1 trillion. It was last year. I think he's below that now after there's been a little bit of
The divorce.
market recession and the divorce. And that, but yeah, last year he did $1 trillion. That includes his equity in his. It's kind of like Bill Gates. Bill Gates had for a while had more wealth or whatever than anyone else, but he definitely didn't have the most. He didn't have the highest salary. No, he didn't have the most money.
I read something the other day that Bezos, his house and the value and the size of his house, and it was more than what Charlie was reading today on the entire property that he was in Aransas County.
One house.
This house is over $1 billion or something insane like that. It's several hundred million. It's
He doesn't have the one.
they can still live, never see each other.
And they got divorced. She became the 26th wealthiest person. I don't know. It's okay.
Well,
Yeah, it was.
I went to school with a guy that married a Walton. His whole life, Bill Murray, his whole life changed. He was a basketball player. He played basketball at the state. Oh, yeah. He did some, and his wife. Actually, he lived. They lived something there in Missouri or something like that. But his daughter wanted to go to some school, so I think they donated a building named for her or something like that. Lucy Walton Pavilion or something like that. They played basketball, whatever it was. And then some drama erupted from it. So pulled back on the naming of it or something. Oh, I don't know. I was gossiping.
College. Oh, my God.
No, when he married her, no, this was not that long ago.
Oh,
Well, not that long ago, maybe like 30 years. Yeah, I'm sure. I had some of those things that you do that you just, they're so dumb. I had an economic teacher. I just didn't want to do something. It's just not there. I kept thinking, I'm going to drop this class and just take it. He came in one day and said, before we start on the T accounts and the other stuff, credits and debits, I want to tell you all about it. This guy was from I want to tell you that the company that this guy is, it's kind of taking notice. He said they're taking over like general stores and stuff in small towns all around the South. And he said, I just bought some stock in it because I just can't help it. Just like he said, you might want a couple of nickels. You might want to think about it.
Is that where you read this?
Okay.
I think I got it all in there.
Okay.
There is that, and if you want to, or you have that on there, whichever you want to read. I don't know which you prefer, paper or tablet.
That doesn't matter.
Okay.
Are we ready?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm sorry, our attendee, he is in the waiting room.
Okay. He's there.
He is there in the waiting room.
Okay.
Would you like me to bring him in first while you're reading that, so then we can talk about the taking it then offline, or do you want?
If he doesn't want his face on TV,
I said, if he wants a closed session, then maybe he doesn't want to be part of it.
Okay,
you probably ought to leave him there for now.
all right, okay.
Pursuant to tax code section 41.66 D1, the owner and the chief appraiser have jointly requested that the ARB hearing be on the protest for tax year 2021 filed by the owner shall be conducted in a closed hearing. We are therefore taking this session into closed hearing.